to the 16th pole. Sky Promise is gonna take the 70th Derby and unleash the hounds in the Derby. Oil Money, he can't go a mile and an eighth. He did it in the 71st running of the Derby. The 72nd running a 16th of a mile ago. Uncharacteristic has the best stride as they come to the wire. Uncharacteristic. Take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby. These two, a 16th of a mile to go. Manitoba is going to give Henry Witt Jr. his first Manitoba
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininew, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 35 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the trainer side, Tom Gardapi Jr. had 2 wins, and also Devin Gittins had 2 wins, and they were teamed up as Tom Gardapi teamed up with Rashad Knights for the double, and Devin Gittins teamed up with Siobhan Bell for the double. So Praven Badri up by 7 on Demario Bino, who did have 1 win last night. Antonio Whitehall in third, then Ronald Daly and Rashad Knights. After having the good night on the trainer side, Lee Delaron up by 7 with 25 on Devin Gittins, who did win those 2 races with 18. 17 for Michael Nault and Jared Brown at 13. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack?
Well, I just start with, I can't believe we're kind of turning for home on the meet. A third of the left, it's going too fast. I think we add more races. Or
that sounds good to me. Why not?
Sure. So
as long as we don't go too far in, because then it gets a little chilly in Winnipeg.
Little chilly in Winnipeg. But,
just a touch.
I'm gonna send in a letter. But let's talk. Let's talk about yesterday. If you missed yesterday's Monday show, we talked about closers being dominant, and it was like 71% last week. Well, yesterday, 4 of 7 went gate to wire, and you think, well, that isn't a big change. But if you watch the racetrack, there's a couple horses that got the lead and kept going, and I think those ones could have lost the week before. And then a couple of them, there's one big favorite that ran down the speed. Amistar.
And No Magic. Amistar.
Amistar kept carrying the speed that much farther. No Magic was just a little bit better and took over. I think in the past, No Magic would have kind of pulled away. The last race kind of confirmed it was speed holding. Good pick on your JL Cooper.
Yeah,
that was a nice pick. Copper. Why would I get it right?
Exactly.
I apologize to the owners, but they should know by now. But so I thought there was another. The 6 was the speed, the 7 had more speed, and the 7 carried the speed. So even though there was multiple speed horses in that race, the 7 grabbed the lead and kind of kept going. And so I got to really pay attention to that. The track was a couple lengths faster than last week. We've got similar temperatures today. I see us kind of a similar trend on that. We've got, what a card today, though.
Yeah,
wow.
Definitely. We're ending off with a bang.
Yeah, we've got top allowance horses in there, race. One is a stakes in the 3rd. You could call the 6th race, I believe, another stake race with we have a stakes winner in there and multiple place. So great sequence today for sure for the pick 5 starting in race 3. You can tell I'm ready to go.
All right, I'm ready to go too. Let's kick it off with the $3,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Well, I'm glad this race isn't in the pick 4 or pick 5 sequence.
That would have been an all button.
It would have been pretty close to an all button. So it's hard for me to trust anybody. I understand on your 4, but I'll start with the 6 as my top selection. As I just mentioned, speed was a good angle to use. So we're getting a key drop in class. This horse is showing some pretty good speed against some decent fillies and mares. Yes, has been off a month, but has that work coming in. So I think maybe a little pressure, but I think the horse can go gate to wire and maybe win it.
Yeah, that first start of the year is the key, and I really like that race. The last couple maybe was going a little bit downhill. That's why the freshening up. I ended up going to number 4, Miss Langskip. Ran a good one first time out of the year, and then got progressively worse the next 2, but then came back with a really good race off the 5-week layoff. Only got beat by 5 lengths to Blame It On Brew and Bayall, and the horse did have trouble in the race. Broke slow, steadied. So this is a horse that used to have blazing early speed and has adopted an off-the-pace running style. I just see the horse improving late in the year. It was a winner late in the year before, so I'm going for a little bit of a long shot in here, and I'm loving the odds right now at 19-1.
No kidding. Well, you've got your mafia army that's going to get it... take that over. Let's go to the 2. Why would I take the 2? That last race looks terrible, but that's fine. This horse just can't go 2 turns. If you look at last year, had a poor 2 turns and then came back and ran a nice second. Yours is 19-1. Mine's 15-1 on my second selection. These are the type of horses you can get those long shots because too many people look at that last race. This horse just doesn't like the 2 turns. Got to give this horse another chance and just kind of be in the money. It's the right condition for the long shots.
Yeah, another one I like is number 5, Miss Bikini. Ran a big race 2 outs ago. If that race was 5.5 furlongs, I think Miss Bikini would have won that one. Only got beat by 3/4 of a length. The comeback race, well, wasn't as good. Tried a stalking roll, engaged the leaders, and then tired. Now had some time off in between. Maybe that's just what the horse needed. So I had to throw it in, maybe just to get a piece.
Yeah, and why stop at almost? We pretty much have 5 of the 6 horses in here, so that makes complete sense in this race. Let's look at the 1. Yeah, look at those last races, but look at this horse at ASD. And some horses just don't like track surfaces. Clearly, this one probably didn't like Fargo. But you look 5 of 8 in the money at ASD, 6 of 6 in the money, or 6 of 9 in the money at 5.5 on the DRF. I think I've got to include her, not at 9-5 though, but I'll leave it at that. But I'll go 6-2-1.
And I'm 4, 6, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 2 at $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 of the year or non-4 lifers that are going 5.5 furlongs. A little bit of a mixed bag in here, Stretch. Who do you have?
Yeah, you can go in a few different directions in here, but I'm sticking with the trend until I get beat with this. Last time this horse was in for 3,000, which was 3 back, went gate to wire. Also, it was at 5.5. I like that. I think this, if it was a closing track, maybe not. Previous start in a pretty good race was showing some speed on a closing track. And if you look at the DRF, it shows that C whatever.
Symbol?
Thank you. I'll
Okay.
get it out. Thank goodness
No
I'm not
problem.
calling any races. I'll get it once. That means it sets it up for the closers. So when you're a speed horse, you might want to look at that. So if we can carry the speed, got to go to that one.
Yeah, I see Weldon G and Shooting Money both going out hard for the lead. So I ended up going to number 5, Drop a Caribou. Did get the win 2 outs ago. Stalking, pouncing, and drawing off to win by a length and a half. But the last race, that was a great race also. As Cajun Birdie did go wire to wire. Lab Rat and Exchequer, they made big rallies from off the pace. And Exchequer did come back to win in that 4,000 non-winners of the year in the very next start over another Dropper Club champ. So Drop a Caribou only got beat by 3.5 in there. And this is a horse that usually likes stalking, won a lot of races last year just off of it. I think sits behind the 1 and 3 and gets a dream trip.
Yeah, a fair call. I'm not leaving that horse out. Let's go to the 4, both of our third pick. This horse has the potential to press on the outside. If you look back at the races in May and June, watch out. This horse would probably be both of our top selections. I'm just unsure if the horse is declining or not, or is just in too tough. That's kind of the bit of the guess. We've got morning line of 6-5. I couldn't bet the horse at 6-5, but couldn't leave the horse out, and would be no surprise if he won.
Yeah, and Steve Kepplin Jr. has been absolutely on fire as of late. So that's why I'm 5-3-4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with our featured race on the card. It's the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes, going the 1 mile. And look at that stretch. We're both betting against the big favorite, Melisandre.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch for sure. We've got the defending champion, as you mentioned, Melisandre, against the filly that is 4 for 4 this year and getting better with each start. She keeps impressing me. I've backed her a couple times. I've tried to beat her a couple times. I'm on her side this time. She just looked so good last time. Going the 2 turns, that was my little bit of concern. I think she gets a better trip today with a potential bit of a pace battle up front. So I think unless somebody gets loose, she's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I agree with you, Melisandre, Russian Pearl. They're the predominant speed of the race. So I'm looking at them to go battle it out. And I agree with you, Mechanic Susie. Last time out, sat behind, pounced, drew off for that win. So getting the extra half a furlong, I do not see that being a problem at all today. So definitely, I think she has a big shot. We also both like number 1, Catch the Dream. I've been chasing after this one for most of the year. Came second last time to Mechanic Susie and was well bet because 3 outs ago was almost running over top of Russian Pearl and Dazzling Gold at the wire. And I said, I can't wait for this horse to go a little bit farther. Went 6 furlongs. And ran out of ground there. Then last time ran the good race again and now gets a mile. Could be a great upsetter.
Yeah, it could be an upset, just maybe a slightly better trip, or that extra distance could be the difference. I'm with you. We both couldn't leave out the Melisandre. She won this race last year, and last year she cleared and kept going. Yeah, she's probably going to have some pressure early on, but she can handle the pressure. She's got the back class. She has a couple super races early on in the meet. She runs those races. She's going to be extremely tough. So her coming back, winning back-to-back at the stakes wouldn't be a surprise, but I'm 2-1-3.
Yeah, not at all. Nice sharp work coming in. Was scratched out of the Distaff trial race. That is my only concern, but the sharp work coming in, and now she gets back against Breeds. But I'm with Stretch, 2-1-3. Now we're going to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlong. Stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, here we go. We got these allowance or stake races on a nice roll. Yeah, a good race. We can go in a couple different directions. Your pick, my second pick is your top, so maybe we see it a little bit similar in here. I thought this the 5 ran an absolute perfect race last time. She just kind of sat back and made that late run. Wasn't beating Kate's Princess going that distance.
Definitely not.
I see a similar trip. You could say that she got too good of a trip last time, but I think you get the same trip today. She likes to win races. I like that she had a break back at the end of April and has only had 3 starts. I think, if anything, I'm seeing an even better effort today, so can handle the distance, can be right there.
Can handle the distance of 7 furlongs. How many times do you think she's went around 2 turns? In 31 lifetime starts.
Look at that. I did
Curiosity.
not. I'm going to go 2.
0.
0.
So that's why I could not make it my top pick. I ended up going to the 3-year-olds because the 3-year-olds at this time of the year, we've seen a lot of them flourish against the older horses. One of them was JL Copper last night, and Dynamic Strike kind of fits the bill in there. Ran great against Midnight Lady last time out in the Manitoba Oaks. In the Jack Hardy, tried to cut it out on the front end, and then ended up just getting a little bit tired. This 7 furlongs, I think, is the absolute perfect distance and will get the rail trip. So I think a big shot for Dynamic Strike.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm using both of them. I had it with those 2. And just how versatile changing at showing speed, and as you mentioned, coming off the pace. I used the 2 as my 3rd selection. I've watched this horse for multiple years, and some hasn't won in a couple years. That's why it's my 3rd selection. But this horse has the ability to go to the lead if she wants to, and also then she can come off the pace. So if there's a fast pace early, potentially sit back. What are you thinking on the 1? Going to the lead or sitting off?
Well, I think sitting off because I think the speed is number 3, Sharp Likeness, who duked it out with Kate's Princess early on last time out and succumbed to it. Sharp Likeness will not have to go that fast today to get the lead, especially with an inside draw going the 7 furlongs. We'll be able to do that first quarter, probably around 24-4, 25-1. And if it's any higher than that, Sharp Likeness will have a pile of horse left. I like that 7 furlong race. In the 75 non-3 lifer, yeah, it wasn't a flashy race at all, but I just like that it went around 2 turns. The track seems to be playing to speed. And if a horse can get loose and relax on the front end, just might be able to go a long way.
Yeah, good call. Good call in the long shot. Yeah, and just to finish off on Dixie Mo, if that's the case, then the 2 sits behind and can make that late close to be in the mix. But I'm 5-1-2.
And I'm 1-3-5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong stretch and another awesome race.
Yes, absolutely it is. I'm going with the 8 Chewy, the Star Wars horse. I know it's killing me.
Seconditis,
yes.
And you're going back for more.
Because I saw.
I know.
I don't mind your putting this horse in second. Absolutely. I thought this horse last time didn't have a great trip along the rail. Kind of got in a bad spot.
Broke a little slow.
That exactly, and then just kind of got stuck there. Just because how the track is playing, I think this horse can get out on the lead or be right there, gets that outside post. I don't mind that with this horse, and then kind of ease to the lead and kind of take over. The horse kind of gets the lead and sits and waits for others. Chewy will no longer be a top selection for me. Last chance on the win for Chewy. But I couldn't leave this horse out just how the track is playing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. If Starship Chewbacca gets the lead, it's over. It's had to battle every single time and then fend off everybody charging from behind and has lost so many heartbreaking photos. Today should be the day. But I went to number 6, Curly Asa. I chased this horse the last 2 times, got the win 2 outs ago. And the key for this horse, 6 furlongs. 5.5, just way too short. Even though it's only a half a furlong, it's too short for Curly Asa. Got the job done 2 outs ago. Last time out, almost got the job done. Just ran out of ground at the end. And I was getting 4-1. Couldn't believe it. As Sleuzback ended up hanging on. But this horse is just running so good right now. Even though it has switched barns, I just got to take it on top because the horse is on a roll.
Yeah, I would say it's the one running the best in the bunch, and I've got a multiple in the sequence. Only reason on third is just if speed gets away, this horse can be a little too far back. That's why I just couldn't put it there, but I've got to include it. And then let's go to the 3 Norm, because I take Norm.
The 3-year-old.
Yeah, well, we talked about the 3-year-olds, and I just thought that this horse continues to outran its odds last time in the Derby. Such a good race. Cuts back in distance. It's a big cutback, but this horse is 1 at 5 furlongs. I think this horse is on the improve. Just want to see where the 3-year-olds place against these. So couldn't leave that out. In a real good one, 8, 3, and 6.
Yeah, and the other horse I like is number 1, Spire, has already won this condition 2 outs ago after running second beating a nose at 7,500 and getting the job done at 4,000. Then went an allowance non-2-lifer and didn't run a bad race in there. Spire was so far back, made up a pile of ground, only lost by 3 to Totalizer and Run today. And I thought that was an excellent race. Gets the cutback today. Back to the first level allowance, draws rail, has tactical speed, and for a horse that's running good, maybe I'll get some odds. So I'm going to take 6, 8, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 8, Market King, and a wide open one, Scratch.
Absolutely wide open. Yeah, it's called an allowance, but let's just call it a minor stake race or a stake race because of how much talent is in here. I think anybody's top race, they can win the race for sure. And so let's go to the 2. We're both on the 2. This horse ran a nice race last time. Maybe a touch too far is kind of how I saw it. And now cuts back to the absolute perfect distance. Potential setup. Should get that stalking trip. Shouldn't be that far away. And kind of just take over. If no one gets loose, you gotta. This horse I think is the one to beat.
Yeah, 2 great races in the Rangatira and the Free Press. Losing by a head and winning by a head. There is speed in here. There's no doubt about it. The 1 run today, the 3 Chicago's Gray, and maybe some number 7 Jaffafa is the predominant speed of the race. But they are going to be zinging on the front end. So I'm just looking for someone to sit just off it. And that's why I also went to Mr. Stang. I also like number 6, Totalizer. I think it's a horse that is peaking at the right time at the end of the year. In the sprint races, this horse is 1-2, ran 4th in 1, came off that good win last time out, ran second to Will Is Chill, and ran second to Mr. K. But that was a great race going 7 furlongs. I think this horse tops out at 7 furlongs for distance-wise. This 5.5, I don't think will be a problem with all the speed that should set up for a closer. The horse is just running way too good.
Yeah, and I'm going to the 4. I'm not usually the wrong timing on when I take this horse and not. But you look at 2 back. This horse was post 11, not quite the parking lot, but almost no chance out there, especially on how tough that field was. Last race showed a bit of speed and kind of faded. Let's just throw those races out because if you cross those out, this horse would probably be the co-favorite in here. So I'm kind of taking a chance on this horse. Is kind of a little dirtied up on the form, but 2 of 3 wins going on 2 turns, and the 1 lost by a head. So again, as you talked about, you think it's closers or stalkers. That's what this horse can be. Could sit a little bit closer and maybe outbreak the closers and get there first.
Yeah, and we both have number 7, Jaffafa, to round out our top 3. The speed of the speed possibly in here. It was surprising that Jaffafa went 7.5 and a mile and ran so well in those races. This cutback, what that means to me is the horse can rate a little more. Usually it was run and gun. The horse was all done whenever it was, whether it was going 5 furlongs, at the 5 furlong, 5.5 just before. But they were able to rate those last 2 races. Maybe we're going to see a rateable Jaffafa in here, just toying with the speed and then drawing off on it. But I'm going to take 2, 6, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to tackle the mile distance. We got the same 3 stretch. Not a big surprise.
Now, it might not be a high level like the other ones coming in, but certainly a competitive race. Take note, non-winners of the year, always a little bit of unpredictability.
Yes, it is.
So we're both decided not to take the favorite because you don't really want to take that too often in these non-winners. I think this 3 is sitting on a win. Last time out, just lost to a better horse. That horse dropped and popped and
dropped from allowance and then 55.
Yeah, and I think that horse moves up back to the 55 is going to be right there. So I had to go back to go to this horse. This horse actually has 5 wins at the distance on the DRF. So I like that, even though you see a lot of 6 furlong races in there. Anything close to 3-1, even 2-1, I'm running to the wickets to play this one.
Yeah, I really like this one. Yes, there is other speed with number 1 Liars Club in there. Liars Club has run against a lot of nice horses, ran against some Robertino Diodoro horses down in Fargo, and that is never easy. Ran against Optimistic Valor, who took a lot of money in its debut here at the Downs and was claimed for $5,500, but this one debuts for $3,000. And Perry Cavanaugh knows our conditions really well, and he spots them to win. So I like Liars Club in there also.
Yeah,
Well, I was third, but I had to go with the other speed horse, Stretch.
that's all the good information I had.
Well, you could talk about maybe sometime.
No, I'll talk about the one continue because it adds to it on Will Rogers races. That's what really impressed me. Again, the parking lot, post 10 out there, showed speed on the outside. I couldn't put this horse higher than second because take a look, 11 seconds lifetime, 8 in this last couple of years. So a good second place, maybe a place bet. Heads up, Beth, that might be a place bet on the Stretch Change Alert. You talk about the 6.
And the 6 maybe sometime. First time out was in Too Tough at the 4,000. Non-winners of the year. That was the first start of the year. But the comeback race was a great one at 3,000. This level only lost by a neck to Smart Call, who ended up going wire to wire. The comeback race in for 4,000 again. Lost to Poderoso at Kiss, who has won 3 now and has been impressive with that late running style. And even Rail Splitter was running well. So maybe sometime comes out of a key race where it was claimed for 4,000, drops in for 3,000, but has hit a little tougher field than the 3,000s have been. But definitely this horse belongs.
Okay, can I get my picks then? 3-1-6 for Stretch.
And I'm 3-6-1. Good luck with all your wagering this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the KWTK 70 race, Justin Overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 2, again, Justin Overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our featured race on the card, the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes, going the 1 mile distance. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $53,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Again, just a couple overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Again, just a lone overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. Scratch number 8, Market King. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our other classic high 5 race. Again, just an overweight. Well, another beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg.
Yes, I like that. I used to slip and slide. That's the slip and slide, me flying down there.
That's a slip and slide, or is that one of the bouncy castles on Monday that you squished?
That's true. That's on Monday. So it's
Okay, yeah, it's Tuesday.
And how come you're in the sun? You're not sun, you're cloud.
I'm laughing at you,
Oh,
though.
that's fair.
I'm going, what are you doing, Stretch? We got to do a show.
Okay.
Under partly cloudy skies, the temperature 27 degrees Celsius or 80 Fahrenheit. Light wind out of the south at 21 kilometers an hour or 13 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race car to racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 19 minutes. And welcome everybody to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. You're going to get an ASD t-shirt. You're going to get an ASD ball cap autographed by myself and Stretch when you take a trip up to the press box and watch me call a race. Then you're going to go see the horses in the paddock and then off to the winner's circle to get a framed photo with the winning horse. And if you're new to racing, make sure you stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. And what's more, if you open a new account and bet 100, you're gonna get 100. Have a great evening of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1, kicking off the Tuesday night card of racing with a $3,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. And I think this is a wide open one, as you do, as we have picked 5 out of the 6 horses.
Yeah, I agree. As we bookend the non-winners in here, or the 3,000. So let's start with who I think who is the speed in here, and that's the 6. This horse has showed speed at the $4,000 level, 5,000. A couple of those races are really good. There was that one race on July 1st, not so good, but that was in the slop. So let's throw that one out. Also had to run against McLean's Bella, and so that kind of gives an excuse. I always like to find that sneaky speed that can get away and kind of steal it, and I think that's the 6.
Yeah, another horse I do like in here, number 4, Miss Langskip. I'm getting 8-1 right now. Miss Langskip ran a good race first time out of the year, showing good speed and tiring, going 5 furlongs. Then got off form in the next 2, was beaten double digits. But last time out, had trouble in the race after breaking slow, had a little steady in there. But I think ran a nice even race, only beaten by 5 lengths. Going the 6 furlongs, I think that's the tightener. I think we're going to see the Miss Langskip of old. And if that does come, 8-1 is a bargain.
It is. Let's look at the 2. Getting 7-1. That's the right price. Cross out that last race, 8 beaten 19, can't go the 2 turns. And you look at those other races, especially the last 2, that puts this horse in the mix. You're going to get a much lower price if that wasn't the case. But that's why I like this type of horse, just that sleeper that can maybe make that late close and help make the trier exactor pay.
And also look at number 5, Miss Bikini, a big race 2 outs ago, battling every step of the way, only to lose by 3/4 of a length. The last time out, the race was a little too tough, going the 5.5 furlongs. This is a softer spot in here. So Miss Bikini, 4-1. And Devin Gittins did have a great day yesterday with 2 wins.
Did. And look at the 1, 3-1, open with some early money. The Fargo form isn't very good. Look at ASD. Last year, this horse won 3 races here at ASD. It's 3 wins out of 8 starts, 5 of 8 in the money, and also 6 of 9 in the money at the distance. It's a sneaky one, but the people have seen it.
Yeah, and the 3, Wits Tenny 10. This horse loves the distance, winning 3 out of 12 starts, but has been off form so far this year. Goes back to the Lee Delaron barn that Henry Witt Jr. did bring this horse originally. So Wits Tenny 10, if it brings one of those old races back, definitely 6-1 is worth chasing. Stretch, what do you have in this wide open first race?
I'm trying something a little different here. Just a $1 tri-wheel 6 with all. I didn't know what the price was going to be on the 6, and it's so wide open. Just had to take a bit of a chance on that.
And myself, I'm going after the early daily double. I'm going to go a $10 double, 4, 6 with 5. You can spend $2 betting a $1 wheel, but I'm betting a $10 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1, the KWTK 70 race. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Where the Money Went, owned and trained by Dean Martin with Ronald Ali. Number 2 is Lady Nyla, owned by Don Senebald, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Wits Tenny 10, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Sachin Paris. Number 4 is Miss Langskip, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Miss Bikini, owned by River Park Stables, trained by Devin Gittins with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Giddy Up Zoe, owned by Locked and Tagged and Ryan Desjarlais, trained by Ryan Desjarlais with Demario Bino. Post time for race number 1, approximately 4 minutes away.
The girls kick off a real good card tonight, going 5.5. All of them kind of looking for their first win in the year. Let's go to the Speed on the outside. Is the current favorite. Speed was holding yesterday. Let's see it. Let's hope it holds today. Has a workout coming in. It's going to be Catcher If You Can. Who might be the closer if there's a battle up front? That's the 2. Should sit back and make that late close. Likes this distance to close. And the one coming from Fargo, didn't like Fargo, but did like ASD last year. Returns to that form, could be there. 6, 2, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went after number 4, Miss Lang, Skip. Longest shot on the board in here. Early on in the year, ran a good race first time out, and then ran a couple of bad ones back to back, had 5 weeks off. Ran a good even race last time out, so I think the horse is going to improve. A little bit of fitness in there. So if it does show its best effort, definitely is good enough to win. I do also like number 6, Giddy Up Zoe, a big drop in class from the 5,000. Non-4 lifer into the 3,000. Will offer speed to the race, and that has been valuable, as Stretch said. And number 5, Miss Bikini, another one with speed. She ran so good 2 outs ago. Ran a little flat last time out. If she brings the race from 2 outs ago, she definitely has a big shot. But I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 5. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The front gates are open for Miss Langskip to go in. Next up, Where the Money Went. It's now Lady Nyla's turn. Miss Bikini steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Giddy Up Zoe, the 3-2 favorite is in. And now just waiting on Wits 10-10. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was where the money went. From the middle of the track, Miss Langskip. She shows her early speed. Lady Nyla to the inside will be the stalker in second. Settled back in third. Giddy Up Zoe with Miss Bikini. In between horses, Wits 10-10, and where's the money went? About a dozen off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. And Miss Langskip securing the lead by a length and a half. Moving sharply, Miss Bikini and Giddy Up Zoe, 2 and 3 wide. Wits 10-10 starting to roll. Lady Nyla, and where the money went, they hit the head of the lane. And Miss Langskip still secure with the lead by a length on the far outside. Giddy Up Zoe showing the late speed and kicking it in at the 16th pole. Giddy Up Zoe, the favorite, is going to get it done. Miss Langskip second best. Very close for third between Miss Bikini and Wits 10-10. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Giddy Up Zoe, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Miss Langskip. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 46-4, 5 furlongs, a minute and 1/5. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Results of the photo show number 5, Miss Bikini. Finished in third. Fourth goes to number 3, Wits 10-10. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 6, Giddy Up Zoe. Giddy Up Zoe is a dark bear brown mare, 5 years old, by Verranzano. Out of the mare Pouty Cat by Bluegrass Cat. Owned by Locked and Tagged and Ryan DeJarlis, trained by Ryan DeJarlis, and ridden to victory by Damario Bino. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Rolling doubles and pick threes here in race number 2. And be sure to check out the 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new 50-50 draw that will take place each and every race night. The jackpot is currently at $460 and growing. Tickets are 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage, the 50-50 ticket seller who is walking around the facility, or you can just go to 5050 www.asdowns.com. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. tonight, and proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And please take note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Just check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Well, Stretch, I got a lot of life from Miss Langskip on the front end, but Giddy Up Zoe, when they asked her to run, she came running late down the lane and took it all.
Yeah, she was just a little bit better, but I think the track conditions bias looks like it's the same as it was yesterday based on the speed kind of carrying. And so good selection on the long shot. I managed to cash a ticket there, but let's keep going. And another wide open race. We do have the same 3 horses, just in a slightly different order. I started with the 3. This horse has showed speed at a little bit higher level the last 2 starts. 1 at this level 3 starts ago, same distance for 3,000. So this is a touch tougher. If the track plays just like the last race, no reason why it shouldn't. Should just kind of keep going unless somebody tries to go. There's speed on the inside. The 1 certainly can show some speed. And anybody else you think can show Sabre Queen?
Yeah, maybe Exotics Bear can show speed, and Sabre Queen has in the past. But I think Weldon G and Exotics Bear are the main dangers to press shoot money on the front end. And that's why I went to number 5, Drop a Caribou. Drop a Caribou won at the $3,000 level after dropping from $7,500 and did it in good fashion, sat off the lead, corralled it by the head of the lane and drew off to win by a length of 3/4. But the last race it ran, that was such a good race. Cajun Birdie ended up going wire to wire in there. Lab Rat and Exchequer, they rallied from off the pace. Exchequer came back to win the 4,000 non-winners of the year condition the very next outing against a 5,500 dropper in Club Champ. So Drop a Caribou, that wasn't a bad race. And if it brings that kind of race, it has a just off-the-pace running style that could suit this race perfectly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I went to the 4 both of us had in the 3rd selection. I think if this horse can stalk, I think this horse can be tough. You look back at the May-June races, it can just sit there and even past it, Fawner going the 2 turns there. I think that's the way this horse can win. 5-2 is a fair value. If it gets caught in the duel, then you got to find those closers.
And number 1, Weldon G, 8 for 11 in the money this year with 2 wins, graduated to 1st in the last one as the horse was disqualified. But Weldon G brings speed to the race, did show it at Fawner Park, going 4 furlongs, and in almost every race down in Fargo and Chippewa Downs, draws inside in here and gets the services of a top jock in Antonio Whitehall.
Yeah, and take a look at the long shot of the board, the 2 Franks Reload. The 2 back ran a real good race. Last race, not so much, but this horse kind of wakes up at times, and if you're going to light the board, this is the right condition. Maybe complete the exactor or the try-in there.
And the 6 Sabre Queen, the lone girl against the boys, is dropping from 5,500 down to the bottoms. 1 early on for 7,500, going wire to wire against the girls. This will be a test. Has been off for a bit. Does have a freshened workout in 37-2. I wouldn't count her out. And currently,
some early money.
Yeah, early money and the favorite on the board. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 2, Stretch. What do you have?
I'm going to run a pick 3 wheel here. 3, 4, 5, key in the 2, taking 1 and 5 in the 4th. A $1 ticket, $6. I am confident today, Kirt. $3, make it a $3, so I'm spending 18.
And myself, I'm just going an exactor wheel, taking the 5 on top with the 1 and 3. That's $2, but I'm doing a $10 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Our feature race on the card, the Distaff Stakes. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Weldon G, owned by Richard and Robert Wilson, trained by Robert Wilson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Frank's Reload, owned by S&S Racing, trained by Maria Stanford with Douglas Battleau. Number 3 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wade Salmon, trained by Elton Dickey with Demario Bino. Number 4 is Exotics Bear, owned by Parker Wallette and Wanda Hicks, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Drop a Caribou, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Dane Dawkins. Rounding out the field is number 6, Saber Queen, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 2, approximately 3 minutes away.
Five boys, 1 girl going 5.5 furlongs, wide open race. You can look at the betting board. Got multiple betting options here. Let's go to the 3. I think that he could be the speed of the speed, and when he gets the lead, he gets brave, makes a slight drop in class, and may just kind of keep going with this right type of track. Others to look at is the 5, Drop a Caribou. Won a lot of races last year, not as many this year, but can sit just off the pace, and if there's a battle up front, could take over. And the other 5 to 2, we got 4 of them. Let's go to the 4, Exotic Bear. Can show speed, can sit off, certainly in the mix. Wow, what a betting board. 3, 5, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see a battle happening between 1, 3, and 4 for the front end. So I like number 5, Drop a Caribou. Came from just off of it 2 outs ago and drew off to win by 1.5 lengths. Last time was in a race that was just way too tough. Did run 5th in there, but only got beat by 3 lengths in the end. Other horses out of that race will be winning that 4,000 non-winners of the year condition, just like Exchequer, the 3rd place horse did already. So I think the 5 has a great running style. I do like number 3, Shootin' Money. This could be the speed of the speed, and if he gets loose, He will be tough to catch, and Exotics Bear has switched barns and is taking the drop down from the 5 non-4 lifer into this 3,000 non-2 of the year or 4 lifer. And the barn is on fire, so I'm going to give you a 5, 3, and 4. Good luck here in race 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
Weldon G, the first one to secure his spot in the starting gate. Frank's Reload now moves in. Next up, Shooting Money. Exotics Bear, the Kirt 9-5 favorite, goes in. Just 2 left to load. Drop a Caribou. And now just waiting on Saber Queen. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Shooting Money, hard ridden to get the lead, but Weldon G matches that speed to the inside. Drop a Caribou. Stalking those leaders, 3 wide, 4 wide will be Saber Queen, 2 lengths off of it. And then Exotics Bear and well back to Frank's Reload. It was about a dozen off the lead. Opening quarter, 23 seconds, and Shooting Money still with the advantage by a head. Weldon G hugging the rail in second, Drop a Caribou. Sitting behind them in third, 4 wide, Saber Queen. Hugging the rail, Exotics Bear. As they hit the head of the lane, it's Weldon G on the inside, Shoot Money to the outside. The half 46 and 2. Drop a Caribou, 3 wide, and Exotics Bear on the rail. Drop a Caribou now takes over and kicks it in. Drop a Caribou is going to get it done. Shoot Money second best. Third's going to go to Weldon G, and fourth to Exotics Bear. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Drop a Caribou. As your race winner, second goes to number 3, Shootin' Money. Third to number 1, Weldon G. And fourth to number 4, Exotics Bear. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 and 2. 5 furlongs, 59 and 3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 5, Drop a Caribou. Drop a Caribou is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Where's the Ring. Out of the mare Stormy Ado by Sileck. Owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Dane Dawkins. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 and 2. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Our featured race on the card, it's the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. There's no changes in race 4 or race 5. Turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 8, Market King. There's also no changes in race number 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a carryover of just over $53,000 for the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes. They'll go to post in 13 minutes. And be sure to check out our 140 VLTs in our climate-controlled Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open all day every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. Also, just a reminder that free family fun activities will be featured every Monday in August as well as Monday, September the 2nd. Free activities include bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. All the fun starts at 6:30. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, our featured race on the card, the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, that are Manitoba, Saskatchewan foals. They're going to go 1 mile. Quick look back at race number 2. Well stretched, shooting money, did get company on the front end from Weldon G, and that's set up for Drop a Caribou, who sat on the outside and then pounced late.
Yeah, a real good ride. Clearly, you can't be too far back. That he sat a nice spot and just took over, and both the horses that dueled ran second and third. So take note of that. Good race. Let's keep it going. You're on a roll on your bets there. So we got.
That's about time.
We've got a lot of good stake races or allowance races coming up. This kicks off the pick 5. Bunch of money already in it. I think everybody sees the same thing as we do. Good races to play. Let's go out of the 2-horse. A little lower than that I like it, 3 to 5.
Kind of surprising, actually.
Yeah, but I guess everybody's seeing what we're seeing on those 4 real good races. went the 7 furlongs last time, a nice trip, and then just kind of took over where they're, it just kind of sets up, don't you think, for this horse in this race? And if there's a battle, it makes it look even better.
Yeah, Russian Pearl, I think, has to go to the front. That's where the horse does its best running. Melisandre does her best running, at least close to the front end, but she has such natural early speed. So that's why I think there is a battle, and that's why I went to Mechanic Susie also. We both also like number 1, Catch the Dream. Catch the Dream having just a great year. First time out, maybe that 5 furlongs was just a little bit too short. But I was looking at all the races going around 2 turns, ran a couple of thirds and a second, and no more than 2 lengths away in all of those races. Maybe if Mechanic Susie makes the move a little bit too early into the pace, Catch the Dream, getting that extra half a furlong, that can make the difference, and she might be able to just run on by.
Yeah, and let's talk about the mare that won this race last year, Melisandre.
She's the queen, no doubt.
She is the queen for this type of field anyway, or at least last year, so we've got to knock her off. I think it's possible, but no surprise if she wins. Last year in this race, grabbed the lead and kept going. There was only 3 of them in there. Lady Cop does show speed, so Melisandre still got the lead there and kept going. Has a real nice workout coming in, 5 furlongs, a minute and change, or a minute and 3. So, 4-1, you don't get 4-1 on her very often.
Yeah, no doubt about that one. Also look at the 5, Russian Pearl, had a win this year, and that was going 7.5 furlongs, knocking it all the way to the wire, opened up at the head of the lane, and hung on for that narrow victory last time out. Tried to steal it on the front end, looked good inside the 8th pole, but then the 16th pole came and Mechanic Susie and Catch the Dream went on by. But Russian Pearl, a 21 sales grad with that yearling sale coming up on Thursday. Also, Mechanic Susie is a 21 sales grad, and Melisandre went through the yearling sale in 2019. Remember, absolutely free to go to the yearling sale this Thursday, 2:30, right behind us on Red River X grounds.
Yeah, it's always fun. I've been a few times. It's fun watching the bidding going on. Let's talk about Dazzling Gold, the 4-horse. Last time didn't fire, but the other previous races were right there. Just one of those races you kind of throw out. You're getting 9-1 today because of everybody's looking in that last race. This is the one kind of the bounce back type of race, and you certainly can't leave her out. She certainly belongs. 8 of 11 in the money at the distance. So she's going to get the trip too, especially if there's a battle early.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Praven Badger's put a lot of good rides on, as he is the leading rider right now. And he might be sitting near the back of the field and making one late kick. All right, Stretch, jackpot pick 5 time. Let's go to our wagers here in race 3. What do you have?
Well, congrats yesterday. You hit both the pick 5 on a 40 center and the pick 4.
Upped it.
Yes, I'm just going to go 20 center, just a small one here. Key in the 2, all in with the 1-5, with the 1-3-6-7-8, with the ever popular all, singling the 3 in the last.
Because I made money, I had to, spend a little bit more today. I took the 1 and 2 in here, then the 1 and 3. Then I'm taking 1, 5, 6, and 8, 2, 4, 6, and 7, and rounding it out with 1, 3, and 6. That's going to cost $38.40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kick it off $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $3,000 was number 1, Weldon G, claimed by Fred Rawson, owner-trainer. Also claimed for $3,000 was number 3, Shootin' Money, claimed by Maria Stanford and TP Racing, trainer Maria Stanford. Also claimed for $3,000 was your race winner, number 5, Drop a Caribou, claimed by Wanda Hicks, trainer Steve Kaplan Jr. The horses on the track for race number 3 were proud to present the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile for $40,000. Number 1 is Catch the Dream, owned by Greenlaw Farms, trained by Carl Anderson with Dane Dawkins. Number 2 is Mechanic Susie, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Melisandra, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Dazzling Gold, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Praven Badri. Rounding out our featured field is number 5, Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Rashad Knights. Following the running of the Distaff Stakes, Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Bill Drew, the CTHS Manitoba Director, to make a presentation to the winning connections. The 29th running of the Distaff Stakes here in race number 3. They'll go to post in 3 minutes.
Top foals from Manitoba or Saskatchewan in this stake race, going a mile or 8 furlongs. They're going to pass the wire twice. Let's go to the 2 horse. She has got better and better as the years gone on. 4 for 4 this year. Looked very good last time. Stalked and took over. See the same thing happening. Should get the pace battle up front. Who's a horse that maybe could upset? Maybe the 1 horse. This distance won't be a problem. Should sit back. Can have that real late run, and if the 2 moves early, maybe the 1 can get him. Who's the queen from last year? That's the 3. She won this race last year, went gate to wire. That's what she probably tries to do today, but I'm going to go 2, 1, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Mechanic Susie. 4 in a row this year, and none of them were ever in doubt. Her running style totally suits the race. She can be as close as she wants and showed a good closing kick last time, going 7.5 furlongs. Also like the 1 Catch the Dream. I think we'll love the mile distance and really hopes that the 3 and 5 battle it out and maybe the 2's in there, and that'll set up for the closing style of the 1. And you got to respect number 3, Melisandra, getting 5-2 right now. She is the Manitoba bred queen who won this race easy last couple of years. So I'm going to take 2, 1, and 3. Good luck here in race number 3.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
Catch the Dream leads the filly and mares into the starting gate. Next up, Mechanic Susie. Here comes Melisandra to the middle. Just 2 left to load. Dazzling Gold. And now just waiting on Russian Pearl. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes. From the middle, Melisandra quickly goes out and wants a piece of the early lead. But here comes Russian Pearl to put on a bit of pressure on the outside. Hemmed in on the rail, Catch the Dream. Settled back in fourth, Mechanic Susie. And Dazzling Gold can see them all, but only 5 lengths off of it. Melisandra through an opening quarter of a rather sluggish 26 seconds has a lead by a length. Russian Pearl to the outside, coming back at her. Mechanic Susie now to the outside in third. Catch the Dream on the rail in fourth. And Dazzling Gold still about 6 lengths off of it. The half 49 and 3. And it's Melisandra and Russian Pearl. These two look at each other in the eye. Mechanic Susie seems to have a pile of horse right now and is poised to go 3 wide. Catch the Dream back in fourth. And Dazzling Gold starting to make up ground. 3/4 is coming in at 1:14 and 1-3 across the track, and Mechanic Susie has the best stride on the outside, and now she takes over. Catch the Dream to the far outside, gonna try and rally. A 16th of a mile to go, and it's all Mechanic Susie. She's gonna take the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes. Second is gonna go to Catch the Dream. Dazzling Gold in third, and fourth to Russian Pearl. The stewards of pulse to number 2, Mechanic Susie, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Catch the Dream. Third to number 4, Dazzling Gold. And fourth to number 5, Russian Pearl. They went the opening quarter 26 seconds, the half 49 and 3, 6 furlongs 114 and 1, 7 furlongs 128. Time for the mile 141 and 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 29th running of the Distaff Stakes, that's number 2, Mechanic Susie. Mechanic Susie is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by Nonios, out of the mare Quantum Mechanics by Einstein. Owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey. Trained by Elton Dickey and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile 141 and 3. Number 2, Mechanic Susie, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. No changes in race number 5. Turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 8, Market King. Also no changes in race number 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They'll go to post in 13 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Jonathan Buckwald. Jonathan Buckwald, congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets, the jackpot is currently at $1,110 and growing. Tickets 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. And you can get those tickets at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage, the 50-50 ticket seller who is walking the facility, or at 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m. The draw takes place at 10 p.m. Tonight, the proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And please take note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. And welcome back down paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3, the Distaff Stakes stretch. If you bet win on Mechanic Susie, and at the 3/8 pole, when I called it with a pile of horse, he was just sitting there, you had to be grinning.
Yeah, I wish I had more. It's one of those. The
All in.
More, and the price anyway. A good ride by Antonio. It's one of those. He's always so patient, and he probably waited as long as he could. And he says, "I got to let her run," and that was kind of the case. And a nice trip on for the one to get up a nice second place finish. But she continues to get better and better. That might have been her best race of the year.
No doubt about it. Okay, on to race number 4, Stretch. Who do you like in here?
Okay, so kicking off a great sequence, going to be well over that 50,000. Yesterday was 100,000. Great sequence to bet. We've got some quality horses. Let's go to the 5 as my top selection. Currently at 3-1. This horse is going to sit just off and try to make a move probably on the turn, kind of similar to that last race that we just saw with Susie. And hopefully that's the case. You made a really good point on this horse. It's some extra research. I appreciate that. This horse has not gone 2 turns yet in the life at as a 5-year-old at 31 starts.
Yeah.
So you have to always wonder a little bit.
I always look way down there because you never know when they say they're speed balls, and then you see they went 1 1/8 way back as a 2-year-old or early in their 3-year-old campaign, and they're like a 7-year-old now. It's good to do that research or be able to do that research.
Yeah, just that extra information.
But I'll do that for you.
I appreciate that. So I'm still making my pick. Great research. I might have to adjust. Hang on, Beth. Be ready.
I ended up going to the one Dynamic Strike. Has been running lights out this year. Only one 4th place finish, and that was in the Jack Hardy, where had to battle it out every step of the way. And then the closers ended up coming. But the 3-year-olds have been doing so well against the older horses in about the last 4 weeks to 6 weeks. And it's probably going to show even more as it gets later in the season. But Dynamic Strike, a great running style, will be close to the front end where you want to be today. Draws rail, lots of things to like.
Absolutely, yeah. So many things to like there. The other horse I used, you happen to not use. I was kind of looking because I know this horse has the ability, is on the fringes, is the 2 horse. This horse can show speed and go and see if that happens. Like you said, the 3 might have more speed, but she can also sit just off, has a nice workout coming in. certainly belongs with this group, getting 5-1. I think that's the right price. Careful on the win. Hasn't won in a couple years.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 3, Sharp Likeness. This was my long shot, taking some money at 9-2. This looks like the speed of the race. Battled it out with Kate's Princess and Island High last time out, but they were just too good. Sprinting, going 5.5 furlongs. Ended up getting beat double digits, but I really like that race going 7 furlongs at Lone Star on April the 26th. I think that horse needed that start, as it was off for almost 8 weeks in between. If this horse does get a loose lead, could go a long way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 4, 3-1. Comes out of a key race. The horses ran second and third. Both came back to win. Look good doing it. That makes that win even better looking. Is moving up in class. The one race that went 7.5 furlongs didn't have a good trip. Was out wide. Throw that race out. If it can handle the 2 turns, certainly can be there.
And the 6 horse, Dawn of the Devil, got the win 2 outs ago, breaking the maiden by a half a length in a good rallying running style. Then ran against Mechanic Susie and Catch the Dream in the last one. Couldn't keep up to them, but this isn't an easier race than that one. We'll try and show that late running style, but just might be up against it in here. Let's go to our wagers here in race 4. And of course, pick 4 times stretch. What do you have?
I have a 1-5 with.
Oh, you got a nice pick 3 there.
No, there's a. We've got.
There's
I'll
something
call,
at the end?
No, there's 2-4-7 with the 3-6.
Oh.
So the comma should be the slash. So it's
Yeah,
1-5.
I don't know what you got
with
going
3,
on
6, 7, 8 with 2-4-7 and then 3 and 6 in the last. Total 48.
Okay, now I see where you're going with this. Oh, there we go. Nice quick change. Myself, I'm taking 1-3-5 in here, then the 1-6-8, 2-6-7, rounding it out with just the 3 because I'm loaded up in my pick 5. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Dynamic Strike, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Javanil Patterson. Number 2 is Dixie Mo, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Sharp Likeness, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Dane Dawkins. Number 4 is Happy Hour, owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Eagle Express, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 6, Dawn of the Devil, owned by Greenlaw Farms, trained by Carl Anderson with Xavi and Chow. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering here in race number 4. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
field of girls going here. 7 furlongs. It can be fast to the first turn. I'm going to take the 5 as my top selection. She won't be going to the lead. She's going to sit just off and try to make that late run. Getting a nice price at 3-1. If can handle this distance, runs back to that last race, certainly can be right there. Others to take a look at. The current favorite along the rail, the 1. Very versatile, can go to the lead, can sit just off. I think she's going to sit in 3rd or 4th and try to make that late run. 6-5 a little low, but she is solid. And the other one at a price at 9-2 is the 2 horse. Has the talent, but likes to run 2nd or 3rd. So let's go 5-1-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like one of the 3-year-olds in here. That's One Dynamic Strike. Has run good races all year this year. Has a really good running style. Will be forward in the race. I expect the 3 to go to the lead. Sharp Likeness, who I also like to try and steal it. But Dynamic Strike, if she runs the exact same race as she did last time in the Manitoba Oaks, she'll be tough to beat. And you gotta like number 5, Eagle Express. 3 starts here, a win in 2 seconds. One was against the boys, the other against an absolute monster. So I'm gonna give you 1, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race 4.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Dynamic Strike, the current even money favorite. The first to go in. Next up, Dixie Mo. Dixie Mo with a little extra help from the gate crew. Sharp Likeness will be the next to go in with outrider Dane Dawkins. Once Sharp Likeness is in, he will climb back aboard. She's now in. Happy Hour steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Eagle Express. And now just waiting on Dawn of the Devil. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the middle, Sharp Likeness sent out to capture the early lead, and we'll get it by a length and a half. To the inside, Dynamic Strike. To the far outside, Happy Hour. Also has eyes on the front end. 3 wide, settled in behind Eagle Express. Watching the early action. And then Dawn of the Devil, and the trailer will be Dixie Mo. Sharp Likeness has now opened up the advantage to 2. Happy Hour second on the outside. Dynamic Strike still hugging the rails, starting to move up from third. Eagle Express in a good spot on the outside in fourth. Here comes Dixie Mo from the back, and the trailer Dawn of the Devil. The leader still Sharp Likeness, but about to get company from a 3 wide move by Eagle Express, who pulls the trigger. In between horses, Dynamic Strike is ready to go. Looking for room, 3 wide. They hit the head of the lane. Eagle Express now with the lead. Sharp Likeness battling back on the inside, but Dynamic Strike is swooping them all. 3 wide, Dynamic Strike at the 16th pole. See you later is gonna win by 3. Eagle Express second best, very close for third and fourth between Sharp Likeness and Dixie Mo. The Stewart's supposed to number 1, Dynamic Strike, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Eagle Express. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. Results of the photo show number 3, Sharp Likeness. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 2, Dixie Mo. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 1, Dynamic Strike. Dynamic Strike is a dark bay or brown filly, 3 years old, by Danish Dynaformer, out of the mare Morning Strike by Smart Strike. Owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Javanil Patterson. Congratulations goes out to trainer Wendy Anderson, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Wendy Anderson. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, there are no changes. Rolling double and late pick 3 here in race number 5. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this allowance. Optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well stretched, the 3-year-olds. They're really on fire right now. Dynamic Strike. What a perfect ride by Javaniel Patterson to swoop them all after Eagle Express made the early move, but it was all Dynamic Strike in the end.
Yeah, it was sat back. I just like how versatile. It showed speed 2 races, or now 3 races ago, and then managed to come off the pace. It's get another one of those getting better as the season's going. This horse has a chance to win a couple more.
All right, on to race number 5. Well, the favorite is your old Chewy.
Yes.
Old Starship Chewbacca.
Yes, I know that.
Will he get it done today?
All right, Julie's got the horse right there, ready to go. Will he get it done? Well, he's on the outside. Speed's been doing quite well. We saw the last race, the 3 kind of carry the speed battle and just tire. Last time out, as we mentioned, Chewy didn't get out of the gate that well, and then was kind of stuck on the rail. Now goes to the outside. Yes, has a lot of seconds, especially here, but I just think that this horse has lost to a couple better horses. Kate's Princess, that was a really good game race.
Huge race.
Yeah, and Curly S, as you mentioned, has been running so well. I just think the right type of track and might be able to clear or stalk and take over.
Yeah, and I liked Chewbacca in here, and Wendy Anderson, already 2 wins on the card. I went to number 6, Curly Esa, only because I thought that this horse, it was all about 6 furlongs. First time out of the year, steadied early, and really never got in the race as the speed carried. But since then, went 5.5, throw it out. But the last 2 races were absolute lights out, good races. We'll have to chase down Starship Chewbacca. If Starship Chewbacca is loose in here, the race could be over early. But if there is a couple horses that are battling, then Curly Esa, I expect to fly at him late.
Absolutely. A good selection there. Let's go to Norm, the 3. That's just running so well, in the money so many times. Had one kind of poor effort, but the rest have been very good. Running to second to Mr. Phillip. By the way, Mr. Phillip is running at Charlestown Park on Friday, just so you know.
400 grander.
Yeah, just thought I'd throw that out, but you already knew that.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Anyway.
I might have known that a while ago, but
Well,
okay.
the entries.
But everybody else,
Yeah.
it's good to tell them.
Entries came out today.
Beautiful.
Let's get back to Norm. This horse can sit just off, is making a big cutback in distance. Going back to 6, this horse can come off, has won at 5 furlongs, so I don't think the distance is a problem. If there's a battle, horse can be there. No battle, maybe a second or third.
Also, take a look at number 1, Spire. This horse last time out came from the clouds. Only got beat by 3 lengths to Totalizer and Run today. Well, how good are they? Take a look at race number 6, and you'll see both of them. Run today was on a hot streak. Totalizer running well all year. In the previous race, did beat Ratliff City, and Ratliff City has come back to win the first and second level allowances. So Spire has been running against tough horses. Did it the hard way, moving up the ladder. Draws inside. Don't expect it to be sitting last in this field. I think it'll be probably 4th or 5th. And the way it's running, you can't leave it out.
For sure. Let's take a look at the 5. Mr. Dazzle gets claimed. Maybe that'll be the wake-up call for this horse. This horse has some talent, does win races, is in the money a lot. Last time was in a spot and kind of flat. And so I think with the change in jockey or trainer, that might just be the difference. Antonio Whitehall gets the mount. He has won with this horse before.
And 2 outs ago, did a couple stupid things in the gate. So I'm throwing that race right out. He's much better than that. Also look at number 4, Reserve Proof. Ran for about 6 furlongs last time out before backing up to be beaten double digits. But this horse ran so many good races sprinting. Won't have the front end, but will be sitting forwardly in the race. Probably about 4 or 5 lengths off of it. Expect a much better showing today.
Let's go to the 7 horse, 10-1, a 3-year-old. We just saw a 3-year-old win. We have another one. Ran in the Derby, showed a bit of speed and then flattened. But look at that Derby trial. That was good. This horse is 4 out of 4 in the money, first or second at the distance. I like that. Was in the allowance a few starts back and got up.
Yeah, won this race 3 back.
Exactly. That's why it is in for a claiming tag.
And also look at number 2. He's a doozy. 3 hard-fought victories. Only by a head and a couple of necks. Last time out, made a little bit of a belated rally, but Slew's back was just too good and came back to win. But he's a doozy. Another one with a chance in here. Let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, let's go with an exactor wheel. Maybe I should be betting place on the 8. You're worrying me about Chewy here, but let's go with this $10 exactor wheel, 8 with 3, 6, 7.
And myself, I'm going after the middle double here.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to do a double 1-6 with 2-6. That's only $4, but I'm going to make it a $5 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6 for classic high five wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Spire, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is He's a Doozy, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Rashad Knights. Number 3 is Lieutenant Norm, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Sven Balrup. Number 4 is Reserve Proof, owned by Wendy Anderson and Erna Coney, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Wade Salmon, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Curly Asa, owned and trained by Norbert Kashane with Praven Badri. Number 7 is Magnolia Speed, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Lee Delaron with Dane Dawkins. Rounding out the field is number 8, Starship Chewbacca, owned by Daryl Paranica and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, here we go. The boys going 6 furlongs. And we're going to start on the outside horse at 6-5. I don't like the price. I don't think it should be that low. Has the talent, has a bunch of seconds, should be right on or near the lead early and just try to keep going. I think you can't leave it out, just not the win price I like. Others to consider is the 3-horse Lieutenant Norm. Will sit just off the pace and kind of make a late run. 5-1 is the right value. And the other one here that Kirt's top pick is the 6. Will be a little farther back and try to run down the speed. The speed backs up's got a shot, but I am going to go to the 8 and go 8-3-6.
Yeah, stretch I ended up going to number 6, Curly Asa. This is a horse that loves the 6 furlong distance that it does get today. There isn't as much speed as there usually is in the race to go with Starship Chewbacca, but the horse is just running so good right now. I have to put it on top, and you got to put in Starship Chewbacca. Been a bridesmaid in 4 out of 6 races this year. Maybe today's the day if he does get loose on the front end and throw in number 1 Spire. Has yet to run a bad race. Ran at the second level allowance last time out. Now drops down to the first level allowance. Won't be rallying from 9th in here. Probably be sitting 4th or 5th. And the way he's running, he can get all the money at 10-1. But I'm going to give you 6, 8, and 1. Good luck here in race 5. Spire, the first one to go in. He's a doozy, now ready to step up. Lieutenant Norm is in. Next up, Mr. Dazzle. Curly Asa walks right in. Now Magnolia Speed's turn. Just 2 left to load. Starship Chewbacca, the 9-5 favorite. And just waiting on reserve proof. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Away well on the inside. That's Lieutenant Norm. Flashing a little bit of early speed, as is Magnolia Speed. To the outside, Starship Chewbacca. Forward early, 3 wide, Lieutenant Norm. Third on the inside. Coming up the rail, that's going to be Spire up close today. Reserve proof. Right behind them, running as a pair, he's a doozy, and Curly Asa and Mr. Dazzle could see them all. 23-1 the opening quarter, and it's Lieutenant Norm with the short lead. Magnolia Speed in between horses. Starship Chewbacca 3 wide. Here comes Curly Asa making a bid 4 wide, and Mr. Dazzle from the back. They hit the head of the lane. Lieutenant Norm on the inside with the lead. In between horses, Magnolia Speed, Curly Asa kicking it in late with Starship Chewbacca, but it's Curly Asa who made the move and gonna win by 2. Starship Chewbacca in second, close for third and fourth between Lieutenant Norm and Spire. The stewards have posted number 6, Curly Asa, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Starship Chewbacca. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-1, 5 furlongs, 59 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-1. Number 3, Lieutenant Norm, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 1, Spire. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. That's number 6, Curly Asa. Curly Asa is a big gelding, 5 years old, by Munnings, out of the Merritt Classic Brit by To Honor and Serve. Owned and trained by Norbert Cashane and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-1. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Classic High Five Wagering, scratch number 8, Market King. Late double, Classic High Five Wagering, here in race number 6. And the final Manitoba Night Market and Festival does take place this Sunday, August the 25th, from 3 to 11. More than 15 food trucks, over 100 local artisans and vendors, kids entertainment, live bands, and more. Admission is just $7, 5 and under free. For more information, go to asdowns.com. And please note that we have modified our racing schedule and we've added some dates in September. Our race meet will now end on Tuesday, September the 24th. And just a reminder as well, Wednesday racing back in action. You can see our revised schedule at asdowns.com. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was number 2, He's a Doozy. Claimed by Andrew Chitko, trainer Shelley Brown. And you better hurry and get your 50-50 tickets. The jackpot is currently at $1,530 and growing. Tickets 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can get those tickets at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage, the 50-50 Ticket Seller, or at 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m., which is 24 minutes away. So get your tickets now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have an open allowance race for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 8, Market King. Quick look back at race number 5. Well, Starship Chewbacca never got the lead, and that's what hurt him, but ran a great race battling with 2 other horses. But Stretch, you should have bet place.
I should have bet place, or I could have just boxed my 3 top selections.
Well, or my selection and yours.
Yeah, no, it was. I thought it was going to clear, and then the 3-year-olds decided to show speed, and hey, it was a good race. You know what? When you're watching a race and the race goes a little bit different, that's when the 6, it was licking your chops
Oh,
about.
no doubt about it. At the head of the lane, it was the all-in bet on
Yeah.
Curly Asa.
But good race.
Definitely
for sure.
was. Okay, on to race number 6, Stretch. What do you have in here?
Okay, we're both on the same top horse. This horse cuts back in distance, is 7 of 10 at the distance, has a win and a second by a head at this distance in 2 stake races. This is not technically a stake race, but there's an awful lot of them in here. I think this horse can get a really good trip, just like how the 6 won the last race. Get that trip, certainly can be right there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. With number 1 Run Today, the 3 Chicago's Gray, and number 7 Jaffafa all having that early speed. They could battle it out and set it up for Mr. Stang, or even my top second pick. That's number 6 Totalizer. Totalizer has run well all year long. The worst finish was a 4th, beaten 1.5 lengths. And that was against Run Today, who ended up going wire to wire. But that was only going 5.5 furlongs at the allowance level. Ended up winning, getting placed first, as Mr. K was disqualified. Then went a mile. That was too far. But the comeback race ran down the stablemate Run Today in a fierce rally down the lane. This horse just seems to be getting better and is peaking right now. And that's why I like it in here.
Yeah, a good call. I'm going to take a chance on this 4 horse that at 6 furlongs is 2 wins and a second by a head. Went 7.5 furlongs way on the outside. In the last race, showed some speed, backed up. I like that this horse is cutting back to his distance, gets the same kind of trip that Mr. Stang. This horse only lost by a head to my top selection. So it certainly belongs, just have to be able to cross out that last race.
And number 7, Jaffafa. Here's a horse that's going to try and steal it. Might be the speed of the speed. Draws outside in here. Has gone around 2 turns, and I was surprised how well it did. Going the 7.5 and the mile. Gets the cut back to 5.5 furlong. Should have a lot of air in the lungs. Should be able to battle all the way to the wire. And that's why it's a favorite at 2-1.
For sure. Let's take a look at the 3 back to the distance. We've learned that this horse can't go the 2 turns, has run so well in a stake race and the allowance race with a workout coming in. This could be your upset in here.
And number 5, Pray for Peace, got the win going 5 furlongs to start out the year, then ran flat in the next 2 starts. If the old Pray for Peace does show up with those 2 workouts under the belt, this could be bombs away.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 1. Has already won 3 races this year. Showing speed, is going to have to potentially battle with others, but this horse has the abilities to sit just off. His first win going 5.5 here at ASD did come off the pace. That's how he could get a bit of an upset.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6, Stretch. What do you have?
Well, I learned my lesson. Going to the place on the 2. I should probably bet the win because it's one of those you're a little out on it. But I've doubled it up because it's a prime place bet, 60 place 2.
And myself, I'm going 30 to place on the 6 Totalizer. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horse on the track for race number 6, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $24,000. Number 1 is Run Today, owned by Murray Clear Sky, trained by Will Toronjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Mr. Stang, owned by Maria Isabel Moreno, trained by Carlos Moreno with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Chicago's Gray, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Praven Badry. Number 4 is Brody Streak, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Larry Henry, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Rashad Knights.
Number 5 is Pray for Peace, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Totalizer, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Toronjo with Dario Dalrymple. Number 7 is Jafafa, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Javanil Patterson. Number 8, Market King, was scratched. Rolling double, classic high five wagering. Here in race number 6, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, many of the top boys on the grounds here going 5.5 furlongs. That's a key distance. Let's take a look at the two. Currently a 2-1, almost a co-favorite in there. Cuts back in distance, should sit just off the pace and try to make that late run. Has already won a stake race here and just lost in the other one. Think should get the trip with a bit of pace battle. The other closer in here would be Brody Street. Gets to the distance that this horse likes. 4-7 at the distance, first or second. Might get a bit of a price there, certainly at 8-1. And the speed of the speed would be the 7. It certainly can press, stalk, and take over. So don't leave that one out. 2, 4, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Mr. Stang. The 1, 3, and 7. They're all the speed in the race. Mr. Stang had a couple of hard-fought victories and defeats in the early stakes races, the Rangatira and the Free Press. Ran well last time out in the RJ Spears, but that might have been a little bit too far. Now 5.5, the perfect distance. I also like the 6-horse Totalizer. Has that speed to run at and is peaking just at the right time. And to round it out, the speed of number 7, Jafafa, is going to try and take it all the way. I'm going to give you 2, 6, and 7. Good luck here in race 6.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
drive. Run today, the first one into the starting gate. Mr. Stang, the co-favorite at 2-1 goes in. Brody Streak steps up and in. Next up, Pray for Peace. It's now Totalizer's turn. Just 2 left to load. Chicago's Gray goes in. And now just waiting on Jafafa. The field is set. They're at the post. Chicago's Gray, fractious in the gate. Fractious again. Also fractious is Totalizer. Both have settled. Again at the post. Chicago's Gray one more time. Now Chicago's Gray once again. There's going to be a slight delay into the running of race number 6. Chicago's Gray has been unloaded and will receive a veterinary inspection. Chicago's Gray ready to go back into the starting gate. Field is ready. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Jafafa shows some good early speed. Chicago's Gray trying to match it on the inside. Settled back in third. Run today with Brody's Streak on the outside in fourth. Another length back. That's going to be Pray for Peace. Then Mr. Stang and well back to Totalizer. who's about 15 off the lead. The opening quarter, 22-4. Jafafa gets some company from Run Today, who now engages Jafafa. Brody Streak sitting right in behind in third. On the rail, Chicago's Gray, they hit the head of the lane. And on the outside, Run Today, the half, 45-4. Run Today and Jafafa. These two battling it out nose and nose. A 16th of a mile to go. Run Today, Jafafa fighting back. Both of them at the wire. Too close to call between Jafafa and Run Today. Brody Streak finishing third. Looked like Mr. Stang for fourth. And Pray for Peace ran fifth. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 45-4, 5 furlongs 58-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs 105-1. Results of the photo show the winner number 1, Run Today. Second goes to number 7, Jafafa. Third to number 4, Brody Streak. Fourth to number 2, Mr. Stang. And fifth to number 5, Pray for Peace. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 1, Run Today. Run Today is a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Run Happy, out of the mare Artistic Life by Distorted Humor. Owned by Murray Claresky, trained by Will Toronjo, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Classic high 5 wagering with a carryover of $1,568. There are no changes. Classic high 5. Here in race 7, they'll go to post in 15 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $5 and 25% off all appetizers. Plus, tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. And our non-winners of the year, they're going to go the mile distance. Classic high five wagering with a carryover, just over $1,500. Quick look back at race number 6. Well stretch. There was no pace battle in there between 1, 3, and 7. Jafafa cleared. But what about Run Today coming off the pace and getting up just to nip Jafafa at the wire?
Yeah, briefly mentioned that on the Paddock Show. If you look back, that June 3rd race that the horse came just off, and Antonio recognized it couldn't duel and sat back and just got up late. So smart ride. 6 for 6 at the distance on the in the money. So that's clearly the distance for Run Today.
Yeah,
to
unbelievable.
Be there. All right, good race. Let's close it out in this last race. We're both on the 4-1 shot here on House Limit. I'm waiting for this horse is sitting on a win for sure this year. Lost to Cool Cross, who's just a little bit better than this bunch. I think if this horse runs back to the race on August 13th or the July 2nd, puts this horse right there. Figures put this horse all there. Look at the distance, 5 wins out of 23 starts. No problem there. Top pick.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I really like this horse also. Also, we got to like number 6, Maybe Sometime. This horse has back-to-back second-place efforts. Was beaten by Smart Call, who went wire to wire, and then had the lead against Poderoso y Kiss. But Poderoso y Kiss ducked to the inside and stole the win away for $4,000. Now they dropped to $3,000. The 6 would love to see the 1 and 3 battle it out early, and then it could pounce and go on by.
Yeah, great call. As we both have the 2 speed horses in the closer, but that's I like to use that often. The races from Will Rogers are some pretty good races. You made some great points on ASD Live about other reasons to like the 1, but I did look at that Will Rogers from Post 10. A lot of seconds, not falling for that trap again. Second selection. Who else do you like?
Another horse, number 7, Celerity. I've been on this horse a couple of times, and it has run well. Last time out, came like a freight train down the lane, only to lose by a length and a quarter. What I do like about this horse is Javanil Patterson now stays on the horse, so he has an idea of when to move it. Looked like he finished with a bit of horse last time out. A well-timed move, no horse left. Maybe time in the wire to just get up at 4-1.
For sure. Let's look at the 2 along the rail. Hopefully gets a better trip. Trying the distance. Has 2/3 at the distance, so we know the horse can go. It's going to need a pace battle because this horse kind of sits back and tries to make a late close. Kind of gets better as the season goes, so maybe this is the day to include in your super or high 5.
And number 5, Really Slow. Doesn't have a lot of early speed. Did show it once, but that was a 3-horse field that day, and they were like turtles on the front end. They didn't go fast at all. There's a lot of speed in here, so expect Really Slow to sit back, and does get the leading rider, and 15-1 right now. That's a big bargain on the board.
For sure, and 24-1 just went up as the 4-horse Camps Bay. This horse has won 3 at the distance, 2/3. 2 back was a nice race. I'd take that race. It's just a matter of which Camps Bay shows up. Hasn't won in a little while, but like I said, that 2 back put this horse in the mix for the top, maybe fourth or 5th.
And number 8, Ha Ha For You. Maybe take a second look at this one. Since it arrived at Assiniboia Downs, has only sprinted in the non-4 and non-3 lifetime condition. But if you look back to those Zia Park races, this horse won the non-2 lifer going wire to wire, then went 1 mile and 70 yards in a first level allowance and was forwardly placed, and then came off the pace at Sunland Park to run a very credible 3rd, and you're getting 10-1 right now.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7 stretch. What do you have?
Well, I'm just going to go with a $2 tri-wheel, 3 with 1/6 with all. I see you've got the wedge going. Don't mind that. This is an unofficial stretch ad alert because of the high 5. It's unofficial.
Okay.
But it would be 3 with 1/6 with 1/6 with all. And that's what I would do in a high 5. So it's 3 with 1/6, 1/6, all. Just play it at that. Unofficial. Unless it wins, then it would be official.
All right, I'm going after the tractor.
It's up. I guess it's official.
It's official now. You got to bet it.
Look at Beth. Jeez.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking the 3 on top with the 167, 167, and then I'm doing the wedge. 167 with 3 with 167. Both of those are $6 each, but I'm going to make them $2 ones for 12 for a total of 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 1 mile for $10,000. Number 1 is Liars Club, owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh, with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Will Knows, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr., with Sachin Paris. Number 3 is House Limit, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr., with Rashad Knights. Number 4 is Camps Bay, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson, with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Really Slow, owned and trained by Dale Zwiezliak, with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Maybe Sometime, owned by Sons of the Lane, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Celerity, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron, with Javanil Patterson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Ha Ha For You, owned by King Couture and Sharon Newell, trained by Jared Brown, with Dario Dalrymple. Classic high five wagering with that carryover of just over $1,500. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our winning ticket in tonight's 50-50 draw. Series number AI, ticket number 8374717. Congratulations, you won $845 and the ticket was purchased on track. You can pick up your winnings at guest services on the main floor, South End.
Boys going a mile. It's many of them looking for their first win in a little while. Let's go to the 3. Ran a nice second last time. Doesn't mind the distance. So can go to the lead and can sit just off. I think it's going to sit just off the 1. That's why I had to use the 1 as my second selection. Will go to the speed, go as fast and as far as he can go. Doesn't always like to win. A little few more seconds than I'd like to see. Got to use him for second. And the dropper in here is the 6. We'll see. Comes back to some of those races, those last seconds. Certainly can win it, but it's a good one. 3, 1, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, House Limit. Loves the 2 turns distance, loves being on the front end. If he doesn't get too much pressure from the 1 Liars Club or the 8 Ha Ha For You, I think he's going to take it all the way. I also like number 6, Maybe Sometime. Ran 2 big races back-to-back, only losing by head bobs at the wire. Needs a duel up front, and that'll set up the late closing kick. And number 1, Liars Club in the money 9 out of 12 times this year. Has a forward running style, so I'm going to give you 3, 6, and 1. Good luck here in race number 7.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
Liars Club, the first one in for the nightcap. Will Knows now in. Here comes House Limit. Camps Bay's turn. Next up, Really Slow. Maybe Sometime steps up and in. 2 left to load. Celerity. And just waiting on Ha Ha for you. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Liars Club showing some early speed, as is House Limit. But Liars Club will take over as the early leader. House Limit in second. Maybe Sometime up close in third. Will Knows hugging the rail in fourth. Celerity back in fifth. Then it's Really Slow, Ha Ha for You. And your early trailer will be Camps Bay. 25-2 the opening quarter. And Liars Club moves off the rail. So House Limit says, I'll have it, and starts to engage. The opening quarter, 25-2. Maybe Sometime. A total stalker, a length and a half behind. Then a gap of about 8 lengths back. That's going to be Will Knows to the outside. Celerity starting to make up ground. Ha Ha for You. Really Slow and Camps Bay. 49-2 and House Limit now takes over by 2 lengths. On the inside, Maybe Sometime starting to rally. Liars Club back in third. Then it's Celerity and Will Knows. They hit the head of the lane. And it's House Limit and Maybe Sometime. These two battling it out. Celerity is going to come with a late run on the rail. Maybe Sometime and House Limit. Celerity, one last chance. Maybe Sometime. Looked like it got the win. Celerity was close on the inside. Back in third, House Limit. That rounds out your top 3. They went the opening quarter 25-2. The half 49-2. 6 furlongs 114-1. 7 furlongs 128-1. Time for the mile 142-2. And the stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. The winner, number 6, Maybe Sometime. Second goes to number 3, House Limit. Third to number 7, Celerity. Fourth to number 1, Liars Club. And fifth to number 5, Really Slow. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 6, Maybe Sometime. Maybe Sometime is a chestnut gelding, 6 years old, by Desert Code. Out of the mare, Too Many Tomorrows by French Deputy. Owned by Sons of the Lane, trained by Lace Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the mile, 1:42 and 2. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level, where there's a free $500 cash draw that will take place at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge, as well as beer, shots, and wine, just $5 and 25% off all appetizers. And remember, racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. We'll see you then.